Good evening, my old friend. It's been a while. Tonight, I have a classic Celtic legend for you. A valiant warrior, denied the throne despite countless victories, becomes the center of a tale of jealousy, magic, and unbreakable kinship. As always, liking and subscribing would mean the world to me, as it pushes my video to new listeners. Now, cozy up and take a deep breath as we hear the tale of the Children of Lir. The hill of Tara was alive with an energy that seemed to ripple through the air itself. Every corner of the great council chamber was filled with the Dedannans, each a figure of ethereal beauty and power. Their robes shimmered like the morning dew, and their voices blended into a melodic hum as they debated the question that had brought them together. Who would lead their people into the future? At the heart of the chamber stood a great stone table, its surface carved with runes that glowed faintly under the soft golden light of enchanted torches. Around this table, the chieftains and elders of the Dedannans debated. Their words were measured, but the undercurrent of tension was clear. "This choice will define our future," said Eri, the elder with hair like silver threads and a voice that carried the weight of centuries. "We need a leader who is not only strong, but wise, who can unite us and guide us through the challenges ahead." Several names were whispered, but one rose above the rest. Bove the Red. He stood tall and broad-shouldered among the assembly, his crimson cloak draped over his gilded armor, his expression calm, yet resolute. Bove had long been admired for his wisdom and fairness. It was said his judgment could untangle even the knottiest disputes, and his ability to see the bigger picture had earned him the respect of the people. One by one, the voices around the chamber began to echo in agreement. "Bove has proven himself," said one elder. "He commands loyalty not through fear, but through respect," said another. Seated near the edge of the chamber was Lir, his dark eyes fixed on Bove with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the air like a blade. Lir was a warrior, his reputation forged in battle. His strength and leadership had brought the Dedannans victory time and time again, and many had thought he would claim the throne without contest. His jaw tightened as the voices continued to rise in favor of Bove. The final vote was cast, and the chamber fell silent. Eri rose, her voice carrying a solemn weight. "The council has spoken. Bove the Red shall be king of the Dedannans." The room erupted into applause, but it was not unanimous. Lir remained seated, his hands clenched into fists. Slowly, he rose, the applause faltering as the gathered assembly turned their attention to him. "Do you call this justice?" Lir's voice rang out, sharp and accusing. "I have fought for our people, bled for our people, given everything for our people. And yet you choose Bove? Lir, Bove said, stepping forward, his tone measured. This decision was not made to dishonor you. You are a great leader, but ruling as king requires more than strength on the battlefield. It requires the wisdom to lead not only in war, but in peace. Lir's glare darkened, his pride stung. Do not speak to me of wisdom, Bove. Your tongue may weave pretty words, but it was my sword that defended our lands while you sat in council halls. Mark my words, this is a mistake. Bove met his gaze, unflinching. The council has decided, Lir. I hope in time you will see the wisdom in this choice. In silence, Lir turned and strode toward the exit. His cloak billowed behind him like a storm cloud, and the thud of his boots against the stone floor echoed long after he had gone. The chamber remained silent, the weight of his departure heavy in the air. That did not go as smoothly as we hoped, murmured one of the elders. Eri sighed. Pride is a dangerous thing. I fear this is not the last we will hear of Lir's anger. Outside, Lir mounted his steed, a great black stallion with eyes as fiery as its master's temper. As he rode away from Tara, his mind churned with thoughts of betrayal and revenge. He had given everything for his people, yet they had chosen another. In his heart, a storm was brewing, one that would soon engulf the Dedannans in turmoil. Back in the council chamber, Bove stood amidst the assembly, his shoulders heavy with the weight of his new title. He glanced toward the entrance where Lir had disappeared and muttered to himself, "May the gods grant me the wisdom to weather what is to come." The tension between the two leaders was not merely a conflict of personalities, but a clash of visions for the future of the Dedannans. One sought to rule with wisdom and diplomacy, the other with strength and valor. The seeds of discord had been sown, and the winds of change were beginning to stir. For 3 days, Lir rode through the rolling hills of Ireland, his dark cloak trailing like a shadow behind him. The sky above mirrored his mood, a canvas of stormy grays and whites. His black stallion moved with purpose, hooves pounding against the earth, a rhythm that matched the furious beat of his heart. Betrayal, the word echoed in his mind, twisting and growing like a thorny vine. How could the council, his council, deny him the throne? His deeds in battle had defended their lands from invaders. His strategies had brought victory after victory, and his name was spoken with reverence among their people. Yet, in the end, they had chosen Bove the Red, a man more comfortable in council chambers than on the battlefield. Reaching the crest of a hill, Lir halted his horse and surveyed the valley below. His stronghold lay in the distance, its stone walls stark against the green of the land. It was a fortress as unyielding as its master, a testament to his strength and determination. But even its sight, usually a source of pride, did little to quell the storm inside him. Dismounting, Lir let the wind whip through his hair as he stood alone on the hilltop. His mind raced, recalling the moments in the council chamber, the applause for Bove, the smug acceptance of his so-called wisdom, and the quiet murmur of agreement that had sealed Lir's fate. He clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms. "They will regret this," he muttered under his breath. "The day will come when they see the cost of their choice." At his side, his closest ally, a warrior named Dougal, approached cautiously. "Lir," he said, his tone careful, "your men look to you for guidance. They sense your anger, and it unsettles them." Lir turned sharply, his eyes blazing. "Let them be unsettled. They should know the sting of betrayal as I do." Dougal held his gaze unflinching. "The council may have chosen Bove, but your people have chosen you. They follow you not because of a title, but because of who you are. Do not let your anger blind you to that." Lir's expression softened, though the fire in his eyes remained. "You speak wisely, Dougal, but a man can only bear so many insults before he must act. I will not let this slight go unanswered." Dougal hesitated, then nodded. "Whatever path you choose, my sword will be at your side." Together, they rode back to the stronghold where Lir's warriors awaited him. As he entered the great hall, the men rose to their feet, their faces expectant. Lir strode to the head of the room and turned to address them. "My friends," he began, his voice steady but laced with steel, "you have heard of the council's decision. They have chosen Bove to lead us, a man who speaks well but knows little of the trials we have faced together. They believe wisdom lies in words rather than deeds." The men murmured in agreement, their loyalty to Lir unwavering. "I will not challenge their decision openly. For now," he continued, "but know this, I will not forget their insult, nor will I forgive it. If Bove proves unworthy of his crown, and he will, I will be ready." Cheers erupted from the gathered warriors, their cries echoing off the stone walls. Lir raised a hand to quiet them. "For now, we strengthen our hold, tend to our lands, and prepare for the trials that will surely come. When the time is right, we will act." As the men dispersed, Dougal approached Lir once more. "You have their loyalty, but tread carefully. A storm cannot be controlled once it is unleashed." Lir placed a hand on Dougal's shoulder. "You have always been my voice of reason, old friend. But reason alone will not win this battle. The Dedannans may have chosen Bove, but fate has chosen me." In the days that followed, Lir's stronghold became a hive of activity. His warriors trained harder than ever, their resolve sharpened by their leader's determination. Messengers rode to and from the fortress, spreading word of Lir's discontent and seeking allies among the clans. Though Lir did not declare open war, his intentions were clear. He was preparing, biding his time, and waiting for the moment when he could reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. But this preparation was soon put to a sudden end. The tireless days were interrupted by a sudden attack. It happened in the dark hours before dawn, when the stronghold's defenders were least prepared. A band of raiders swept through the outer fields, setting fire to storehouses and looting what they could carry before vanishing into the night. Lir stormed into the great hall, his face a mask of fury. His commanders gathered around him, their voices a chaotic mix of explanations and speculation. "Who dares attack us?" Lir demanded, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "This reeks of treachery." One of his men, a seasoned warrior named Dougal, stepped forward. "We cannot be certain, my lord, but some among us believe it may have been sent by Bove." Lir's fists clenched at the mention of the name. His grief, still raw, twisted into a sharper, more dangerous emotion. Suspicion. "Of course it was Bove," he growled. "Who else would stoop to such cowardly tactics?" Another voice, more cautious, interjected. "It could have been a rogue band, my lord. Not all Dedannans are loyal to either side." Lir's glare silenced the speaker. "I will not be caught off guard again," he declared. "Double the patrols and fortify the defenses. If Bove wishes to play these games, I will show him the cost." In the days following the raid, Lir's paranoia grew. He had planned to bide his time and wait for a misstep from King Bove so he could take the throne by guile rather than by blood. But the raid made him doubt every aspect of his plans. Had his secret preparations been unveiled? Had this raid been a warning that even his stronghold could not protect him? One evening, as he paced the great hall, Dougal approached him. "My lord," he began hesitantly, "a messenger has arrived from Tara. Bove requests a parley." Lir stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing. "A parley?" he repeated, his tone dripping with skepticism. "Yes, my lord," Dougal said. "He wishes to speak of peace." Lir scoffed. "Peace? After what he's done? This is a trap, nothing more." Dougal hesitated, then spoke with caution. "Perhaps, but it is also an opportunity. You are stretched thin, my lord. The men are loyal, but they are weary. Our messengers have not yet returned. We do not know whether our allies will stand with us." He paused, choosing his words carefully. Lir's expression darkened, but he did not lash out. The truth in Dougal's words was undeniable. Anger and suspicion had driven him to the brink, and though he would never admit it, He feared what might happen if he continued down this path. "Send word," Lir said at last. "Tell Bove I will meet him, but on my terms." The meeting was arranged to take place in a glade halfway between their lands, where ancient oaks formed a natural canopy. The air was thick with the scent of moss and damp earth, and the soft light of the setting sun bathed the clearing in gold. Bove arrived first, accompanied by a small retinue of advisors. His demeanor was calm, though his eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. Lir arrived shortly after, his armor polished but unadorned, a symbol of both his readiness for conflict and his desire for peace. His face was a mask of stoic resolve, but unease was a shadow that lingered around him. "I did not think you would come," Bove said as Lir approached. "Spare me the pleasantries," Lir replied, his voice flat. "Why have you called me here?" Bove inclined his head, unfazed. "To offer peace. This conflict benefits no one, least of all our people. I wish to mend what has been broken." "And why should I trust you?" Lir asked, his eyes narrowing. "After what you've done." "What I've done?" Bove said, his voice firm but even. "I have done nothing but extend olive branches. The attack on your lands was not my doing, and you know as well as I that rogue factions exist outside both our commands." Lir's silence was telling. The rational part of him knew Bove's words were true, but his pride resisted. "I offer you not just peace, but an alliance," Bove continued. "One of my daughters could bring stability to your house, help heal the wounds between our families. They are wise and have always admired your valor." For a moment, he said nothing, his mind torn between anger and the faint glimmer of hope that Bove's offer presented. Finally, he nodded, his voice low. "I will consider your terms." Days later, Lir stood in the great hall, his arms crossed as he stared into the flickering fire. The air was thick with unease, though his expression betrayed none of it. He had agreed to the parley and, reluctantly, to Bove's proposal of marriage as a means of uniting their people. Yet, as the day approached, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being maneuvered into a position not of his choosing. When Bove arrived, it was with none of the pomp and grandeur Lir had expected. The High King entered the stronghold, accompanied by only a few retainers and a single young woman. Lir's eyes immediately went to her. She was tall and poised, her dark hair braided neatly, and her cloak clasped with a silver brooch in the shape of a crescent moon. Her gaze was steady, meeting his without flinching, though there was no challenge in her expression, only quiet confidence. "This is Eve," Bove said, gesturing to her. "She is one of my daughters. When I told her of my proposal, she asked to come herself." Eve inclined her head slightly, a gesture of respect but not submission. "I have heard much of you, Lir," she said. Her voice was calm, carrying a strength that didn't need to be loud to be heard. "Your courage, your loyalty to your people, and your strength in the face of hardship are qualities I greatly admire." Lir raised an eyebrow, his voice edged with skepticism. "Admire? From where, I wonder? Have you heard such things?" "I may not have been at Tara during your greatest battles," Eve replied evenly. "But stories travel far, and your name carries weight among our people. You are a man who has fought for his land and his family, and I respect that." Lir glanced at Bove, who remained silent, letting Eve speak for herself. Turning back to her, Lir said, "You've come here willingly, then?" "Not at his insistence?" Eve's lips curved slightly, not quite a smile. "If my presence were forced, you would see it in my demeanor, would you not?" That gave him pause. He regarded her for a moment longer before stepping forward, his tone softening. "And what do you hope to gain from this union?" "Peace for our people, as he claims." Eve considered his question carefully before answering. "Peace, yes. But more than that, I hope to help rebuild what has been broken. Your house has known loss. Your people have suffered uncertainty. I wish to bring stability, not through magic or titles, but by standing beside you." Her words, so measured and deliberate, disarmed Lir more than he wanted to admit. There was a steadiness to her that felt like calm after a storm. He glanced once more at Bove, who gave a slight nod and stepped back, signaling his intention to let them speak further in private. "Very well," Lir said, gesturing to a seat near the hearth. "Let us speak plainly." Eve took the offered chair and waited as he sat opposite her. For a moment, neither spoke. The silence filled with the faint crackling of the fire. Finally, Lir said, "You know, I have no heart for this. I have lost something that was rightfully mine, and this is a means to bring peace to our lands. Nothing more." "I would not expect otherwise," Eve replied. Lir leaned back slightly, studying her. "You say these things with conviction, yet you do not know me. The man behind the stories is not so easily admired." Eve tilted her head. "Perhaps, but admiration does not mean blindness. You are flawed, as we all are. I do not expect perfection from you, Lir. Only honesty." Her response caught him off guard. There was no flattery in her words, no attempt to charm him. She spoke as one who understood the weight of what she was stepping into and accepted it without hesitation. He nodded slowly. "I can offer honesty." Eve's expression softened. "I have not come here for pleasantness. I have come for purpose. If that aligns with yours, then I believe we may yet find success in this." Lir was silent for a long moment before he finally said, "You are braver than I gave you credit for." Eve met his gaze, unflinching. "And you are kinder than you believe yourself to be." The tension in the room shifted, easing into something more tentative but less fraught. Lir didn't know if he could trust her entirely. Not yet. But her presence felt less like an imposition and more like an opportunity. For the first time in weeks, he felt a glimmer of something other than anger or despair. It wasn't hope, not quite, but it was close. That evening, Lir announced his decision to accept Eve as his wife. The marriage was a quiet affair, marked not by grandeur, but by a shared understanding of the responsibilities they were taking on. In the days that followed, Eve began to integrate herself into the life of the stronghold. Lir watched her from a distance, still cautious, but slowly warming to the idea that she might bring more than stability to his household. One evening, as they sat by the fire, Lir finally spoke what had been on his mind. "I did not expect to feel anything but obligation in this union," he said, his tone contemplative. "Yet you surprise me." Eve looked up from the book she had been reading. "Surprise you how?" "You are not what I expected," he admitted. "And that, I think, is a good thing." Eve smiled, a small but genuine expression. "Neither are you." Though the road ahead was still uncertain, a sense of partnership began to grow between them. As the weeks turned to months, Lir and Eve's partnership deepened. What had begun as a union of necessity began to take on the shape of something more natural. Eve's steady presence brought balance to the household. Her influence felt not in grand gestures, but in the quiet stability she instilled. The stronghold itself seemed to come alive in her presence. Where once the halls had been silent, filled only with the sounds of armor clinking and distant voices, there were now signs of life returning. Eve had a way of drawing people out, whether it was encouraging the cooks to prepare meals with more care, or offering a kind word to the stable hands who worked in the biting wind. Lir found himself drawn to her as well, though he was careful not to show it too openly. He admired the way she handled herself, her ability to hold her own in a household that had long been dominated by warriors and their stern, pragmatic ways. Eve didn't try to match their brusqueness. Instead, she softened the edges, offering calm reason when tempers flared. One afternoon, as Lir returned from overseeing repairs to the outer walls, he found Eve in the courtyard. She was speaking to a young woman who had brought a woven basket of linens to be delivered to the great hall. Eve's tone was warm but firm as she instructed the girl on how best to handle the task. When the young woman hurried off, her face bright with gratitude, Eve turned and caught Lir watching her. "You've taken to running the household as if it were your own," he said, approaching her. "Shouldn't it be?" Eve replied with a faint smile. "If I'm to call this home, I'd prefer it not fall apart around us." Lir chuckled softly. It was a sound he hadn't made in far too long. "You're managing well, better than I expected." Eve raised an eyebrow. "Was your expectation so low?" "It wasn't meant as an insult," he said. "You've exceeded what I thought possible." "That is all." She smiled at that, her gaze steady. "And what about you, Lir? How are you managing?" The question caught him off guard. He hesitated, unsure of how to answer. Finally, he said, "I'm managing well enough." Eve nodded, but didn't press him further. She had learned that Lir offered his thoughts slowly, like a stream carving its path through stone. He would say more when he was ready. The days continued to pass, and though the anger of Lir's past hadn't entirely faded, it no longer consumed him. Eve's presence had become a constant, her steady hand guiding the stronghold, and her quiet wisdom grounding him in ways he hadn't thought possible. One night, as they stood together on the ramparts, the wind pulling at their cloaks, Lir turned to her. "You've done something here," he said, his voice carrying over the sound of the breeze. "You've brought life back to this place." "I've only helped where I could," Eve replied. "The strength was always here. It just needed time to return." He watched her for a moment, her profile outlined against the starlit sky. "Perhaps, but you've made that time easier." Eve glanced at him, her smile quiet but genuine. "And you've made it worthwhile." Though neither spoke the words aloud, something unspoken passed between them in that moment. It was not the fiery passion of a romance born of chance, but the steady, enduring warmth of two people who had chosen to walk the same path together. And for Lir, it was enough. Eve's first pregnancy was greeted with a mix of anticipation and quiet joy. The stronghold, once somber in tone, became alive with whispers of excitement as the months passed. Eve herself remained calm and steady, even as Lir fussed over her in his own way, ensuring she had everything she needed. Though he tried to mask his concern, it was clear that the prospect of children stirred something deep within him, a hope he hadn't dared to feel for years. When the day finally came, the entire household held its breath. Eve gave birth to a daughter, Finola, whose arrival seemed to brighten the very air of the stronghold. She had dark, curious eyes that mirrored her mother's, and a quiet but commanding presence even as a newborn. Lir, who had long believed himself hardened by the trials of his life, found himself undone the moment he held her in his arms. "She is perfect," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper as he cradled her. Eve, exhausted but radiant, watched him with a faint smile. "She will be loved," she said simply. In the years that followed, Finola was joined by her brothers, first Aid, then the twins, Ficra and Conn. Each child brought their own light to the household. Aid was gentle and introspective, his quiet nature a stark contrast to the boundless energy of Ficra and Conn, who were rarely seen apart. The twins seemed to thrive on mischief, their laughter echoing through the halls and their antics keeping the household perpetually on its toes. The children quickly became the heart of the stronghold, their joy infectious and their beauty remarked upon by all who met them. Finola, the eldest, took on a natural leadership role among her siblings. She was protective and wise beyond her years, often mediating disputes between her brothers with a calm that belied her young age. Aid, though quieter, possessed a depth of thought that intrigued everyone around him. He had a knack for noticing things others overlooked. A stray bird's feather on the ground, the faintest change in the wind. Ficra and Conn, meanwhile, were a whirlwind of energy and laughter, their boundless curiosity leading them into constant adventures and, occasionally, trouble. It was not uncommon to find them hiding in the kitchens, sneaking extra slices of bread, or leading the stable hands on a merry chase through the courtyard. Lir doted on his children, their presence softening the edges of his once hardened demeanor. He took an active role in their upbringing, teaching them the values he held dear: courage, loyalty, and the importance of family. On quiet evenings, he would sit with them by the fire, recounting stories of the Dedannans and the great battles of old. The children listened with wide eyes, their imaginations sparking with every word. Eve, too, thrived in her role as a mother. She guided the children with patience and wisdom, her gentle touch balancing Lir's sometimes stern approach. Together, they created a home filled with love and laughter, a sanctuary that felt like a world apart from the conflicts and hardships that had once defined their lives. One afternoon, as the family gathered in the gardens, Ficra and Conn raced each other across the grass, their laughter ringing out like music. Aid sat nearby, carefully arranging stones into a pattern only he seemed to understand, while Finola helped Eve weave a garland of wildflowers. Lir watched them from a distance, a rare smile softening his features. Dougal, standing beside him, chuckled. "You're a different man now," he said, glancing at his lord. Lir nodded, his gaze never leaving his children. "They've changed everything," he said simply. Dougal clapped him on the shoulder. "And you've given them something few ever have. A home built on love." As the children grew, their bond with one another only deepened. Finola remained their anchor, her natural leadership guiding her brothers through the small triumphs and tribulations of childhood. Aid's quiet wisdom often provided insight that surprised even the adults around him. Ficra and Conn, though prone to mischief, had hearts as big as their curiosity, their loyalty to each other and their family unshakable. Lir and Eve often marveled at how their children embodied the very best of them. Finola's steadiness, Aid's quiet depth, Ficra and Conn's unyielding joy. Their family was far from perfect, but it was whole, and that was more than Lir had ever dared to dream. The stronghold, once marked by grief and division, now thrived as a place of harmony and laughter. And though Lir knew that life could never be free of challenges, he also knew that together, with Eve and their children, they could face whatever came their way. Then, when everything within the stronghold was just about perfect, it happened. The morning dawned bleak and gray, the sky heavy with clouds that threatened rain. Lir stood in the great hall, his thoughts restless. The stronghold had been unusually quiet for the past few days, the servants and household subdued as whispers spread of Eve's worsening condition. She had fallen ill suddenly, a fever taking hold that no herbal remedy or healing magic seemed able to break. At first, she had dismissed it as nothing, brushing off Lir's concerns with a wry smile. "I've faced worse than a chill," she had said, her voice steady, even as her cheeks flushed with heat. But as the days passed, her strength waned, and Lir's unease grew into a gnawing dread. The sound of hurried footsteps broke through his thoughts. One of the servants entered, bowing quickly. "My lord," he said, his voice trembling. "Lady Eve, she grows weaker. The healer asks for you." Lir's stomach twisted, but he nodded sharply and followed the servant through the stone corridors to the chamber where Eve lay. The room was dimly lit, the curtains drawn to block out the harsh light of the morning. Eve was in bed, her face pale and damp with sweat. Her once vivid eyes were dull, but they brightened slightly when they met Lir's. "You've come to fuss over me again," she said softly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Lir knelt beside the bed, taking her hand in his. It was cold, despite the heat of her fever. "You should have told me it was this bad," he said, his voice low, trembling with both anger and fear. "And what would you have done?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Glared the illness away?" "Perhaps," he muttered, his grip tightening around her hand. "You should have let me try." Her smile faltered, and she closed her eyes briefly, as if gathering her strength. "Lir," she said after a moment, her tone serious, "promise me you'll look after them." "The children?" he asked, his throat tightening. "All of them," she whispered. "Finola, Aid, Ficra, and Conn. They'll need you." "They have you," he said fiercely. "You'll recover. You'll... Her fingers tightened around his for a moment, then relaxed. Promise me, she said again, her voice so faint he had to lean closer to hear her. I promise, he said, his voice breaking. Eve's gaze softened, and a small, fleeting smile touched her lips before her eyes closed. Lir stayed by her side, holding her hand as her breathing slowed, then stopped. The days that followed were heavy with grief. The household mourned deeply, for Eve had been the heart of the stronghold, her steady presence a source of comfort and guidance to all who knew her. Lir withdrew into himself, his sorrow a weight that threatened to crush him. But it was his children who pulled him back from the brink. Finola, ever the leader, took charge of her younger brothers, ensuring they were fed and cared for. Aid sat quietly with Lir, offering silent companionship, while Ficra and Conn, subdued by their mother's absence, clung to him in search of reassurance. One evening, as Lir sat in the great hall with a goblet of untouched wine before him, Finola approached. She placed a small hand on his shoulder and looked at him with a strength that reminded him of Eve. We'll be all right, Father, she said firmly. We'll look after each other. Lir pulled her into an embrace, holding her tightly as tears spilled down his cheeks. We will, he whispered. For her, though the pain of Eve's loss remained sharp, Lir found solace in the faces of his children. They were a living testament to her love and strength, a legacy that would endure even in her absence. Together, they began to heal, their bond unbroken despite the shadow of loss that loomed over them. One cold evening, as the household began to settle for the night, Lir sat alone in the great hall, staring into the embers of the dying fire. The children had been put to bed hours ago, their voices still faintly echoing in his mind. Finola's soft reassurances to the younger ones, Aid's quiet questions, and the twins' occasional subdued giggles. The sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. A servant entered the hall, bowing quickly. My lord, a messenger has arrived from Tara, he said, his voice breaking the stillness. Lir straightened in his chair, his brow furrowing. At this hour? Yes, my lord, the servant said. He carries a letter from King Bove. Lir waved him forward, and the servant stepped aside as the messenger entered. The man bowed deeply, presenting a sealed letter. My lord, he said, his tone formal. The High King sends his regards and a message of support. Lir took the letter and broke the seal with a sharp movement. He unfolded the parchment, his eyes scanning the words. His expression shifted from weary to wary as he read, the firelight casting shadows over his face. What does he say? Dougal's voice came from behind him. Lir turned to see his trusted friend and advisor entering the hall. Dougal's eyes moved to the letter in Lir's hands. It must be important for a messenger to come at this hour. Lir handed the letter to him without a word, leaning back in his chair as Dougal read it aloud. To Lir, Lord of the Northlands, Dougal began, his voice steady. It grieves me to hear of the loss your household has suffered. I offer my deepest sympathies, as well as my continued support. In these trying times, unity is more important than ever. As such, I propose a solution that may bring both stability and comfort to your house. While only time will mend the loss of your wife and my first daughter, Eve, I would send my second daughter, Ava, to be your wife. Dougal lowered the letter, glancing at Lir. Another marriage? He said, his tone cautious. Lir let out a dry chuckle, though there was no humor in it. It seems Bove has taken it upon himself to mend the wounds of my household once again. And what do you think of it? Dougal asked, folding the letter and setting it on the table. Lir didn't answer immediately. He stared into the fire, his thoughts churning. I think, he said slowly, that Bove is a man who always plays the long game. This offer is as much about politics as it is about sympathy. Perhaps, Dougal admitted. But the children, they need someone, Lir. Someone to care for them, to guide them. Lir sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. I know, he said. But can anyone truly take Eve's place? Dougal stepped closer, his voice low. No one can. But perhaps this isn't about replacing her. It's about finding someone who can help you shoulder the weight. Lir was silent for a long moment before finally nodding. Send word to Tara, he said. Tell Bove I will meet this Eva, but I make no promises. Ava arrived at the stronghold a week later, on a bright but chilly morning, accompanied by 2 attendants and a single cart carrying her belongings. She was quiet as she dismounted from her horse, her dark hair tucked neatly under a woolen hood. Lir stood at the entrance to the great hall, his arms crossed as he watched her approach. Behind him, Finola and Aid peeked out from the doorway, curious but cautious, while Ficra and Conn tugged at each other's sleeves, whispering. When Ava reached the steps, she curtsied gracefully. My lord, she said, her voice steady but soft. I am honored to be here. Lir nodded, his expression unreadable. Welcome to my household, Ava. I trust your journey was smooth? It was, she replied, glancing briefly at the children. Her smile was faint but warm. I hope I will find my place here. The household will show you every courtesy, Lir said. He gestured toward the children, who had stepped forward hesitantly. These are my children. Finola, my eldest, Aid, and the twins, Ficra and Conn. Eva smiled more fully and knelt slightly to address the children. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I've heard much about you. The children murmured polite greetings, though their smiles were shy and guarded. Finola, in particular, regarded Eva with a level gaze, her young but perceptive eyes taking the measure of her father's new wife. Eva straightened and met Lir's eyes. I will do my best to be of service to them, and to you. Lir inclined his head. We will speak more later. For now, the steward will show you to your chambers. In the early days, Eva made a concerted effort to integrate herself into the household. She spent her mornings overseeing the kitchens, ensuring the meals were prepared to Lir's liking, and her afternoons in the nursery, attempting to grow closer to the children. She was careful to tread lightly, knowing that Eve's shadow loomed large over their lives. At first, her efforts seemed promising. She would sit with Finola during her embroidery lessons, offering quiet advice that the girl occasionally heeded. With Aid, she discovered a shared love of reading, and they would often sit together in the library, poring over old texts. Ficra and Conn, though more resistant, began to warm to her when she joined their games of hide-and-seek, laughing as they darted through the corridors. Lir watched her from a distance, his feelings a mix of gratitude and wariness. He appreciated her efforts, but he could see the strain beneath her smiles. She was kind, but there was an edge to her that hadn't been there with Eve. A quiet but growing frustration that surfaced in small ways. One afternoon, as Eva was arranging flowers in the hall, she overheard two maids whispering nearby. She's trying, I'll give her that, one said. But she's not Lady Eve. No, the other agreed. No one could be. Lady Eve had a way about her. This one's different. Stiffer. Eva's hands stilled, her knuckles white as she gripped the vase. The flowers trembled slightly, and she placed them down carefully before retreating to her chambers. There, she sat by the window, staring out at the courtyard as the words replayed in her mind. She's not Lady Eve. Of course she wasn't. She couldn't be. And yet, that was how everyone judged her. The children, the servants, even Lir. She was living in a household that seemed frozen in time, clinging to a woman who was no longer there. As weeks turned into months, Eva's frustration grew. Every gesture of kindness she extended seemed to be met with polite indifference. The children tolerated her presence, but didn't seek it out. Even Lir, though courteous, seemed distant, his thoughts often elsewhere. She had hoped to build a family here, but instead, she felt like an interloper. One evening, as she and Lir sat together by the fire, Eva finally spoke. Do you ever think this household will move on? Lir looked at her, frowning slightly. What do you mean? From her, Eva said, her voice quieter. From Eve. Lir's expression darkened. Eve was their mother, he said evenly. She's a part of them, of this household. Moving on doesn't mean forgetting her. Eva sighed, leaning back in her chair. I know that. But it feels as though she's still here, shaping everything. No one looks at me without comparing me to her. They don't compare you, Lir said, though his tone was unconvincing. They do, Eva replied, her voice sharpening. Even you. You try to hide it, but I see it in your eyes. I will never be enough for this family. That's not true, Lir said firmly. You have a place here, Eva, but you need to give it time. Eva turned her gaze to the fire, her hands gripping the arms of her chair. How much time, Lir? She murmured. How long do I have to wait to be seen as more than her shadow? Lir didn't answer, and the silence between them stretched long into the night. The turning point came on a crisp autumn day. Eva had been watching the children play in the gardens, their laughter echoing through the air. Finola's voice carried above the rest as she instructed Ficra and Conn on how to build a fort from fallen branches. Aid sat nearby, quietly sketching the scene in a notebook. They were so at ease with one another, so happy, and Eva felt a pang of envy so sharp it took her breath away. They didn't need her. They had never needed her. And as long as they remained, she would never truly have a place in this family. Her resentment, long buried, began to rise to the surface. That evening, as she sat alone in her chambers, the thought came to her unbidden. If the children weren't here, everything would change. Lir would have no choice but to focus on her, to see her for who she was, not as a replacement for someone else. The thought lingered, dark and insistent, and for the first time, Eva didn't push it away. One crisp morning, as the household was stirring to life, Eva approached the children in the garden. They were playing beneath the oak tree that had become their favorite spot. Finola leading the twins in a game, while Aid sat nearby with a book. Good morning, children, Eva said, her tone light, but carrying an undertone of resolve. Good morning, Lady Eva, Finola replied politely, pausing in her game. The younger boys gave distracted waves, while Aid glanced up briefly from his reading. I thought we might take a trip today, Eva continued. To Lake Darvra. It's a beautiful place, and I thought you might enjoy seeing it. Finola tilted her head slightly, her expression curious. Why Lake Darvra? It's peaceful, Eva replied, smiling faintly. A place for reflection. Your father speaks fondly of it, and I thought it might be nice to visit. The children exchanged glances, their enthusiasm tempered by the unfamiliar suggestion. But They had been raised to respect authority, and after a moment, Finola nodded. "Very well," she said. "We'll go." Eva's smile widened, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Good. Prepare yourselves. We leave shortly." The journey to Lake Darvra began under a clear sky, the sunlight filtering through the trees as the small party made their way along the winding path. Eva rode at the front, her posture straight and her expression serene. The children followed on their ponies, their chatter filling the air with warmth and life. At first, the trip seemed ordinary. Ficra and Conn raced ahead on their ponies, their laughter ringing out as they competed to see who could reach the next bend in the road first. Aid, ever the observer, pointed out birds and plants along the way, while Finola kept a watchful eye on her younger brothers. But as they drew closer to the lake, the atmosphere began to change. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer, as though the sun were being swallowed by an unseen force. The trees seemed to press closer, their branches twisting unnaturally, and the cheerful sounds of nature faded into an eerie silence. Finola was the first to notice. "It's so quiet," she said, pulling her pony closer to Eva's. "Lakes are often like that," Eva replied smoothly. "They have a stillness to them. You'll see. It's beautiful." The children didn't respond, but their unease was palpable. Even Ficra and Conn, who had been so lively earlier, rode quietly now, their ponies' hooves the only sound on the path. When they reached the lake, it stretched before them like a sheet of dark glass, its surface unbroken by ripples. The surrounding trees cast long shadows, and the air felt heavy, thick, with an indefinable tension. "It's beautiful," Eva said, dismounting and gesturing for the children to follow. "Come, walk with me to the water's edge." Finola hesitated, her instincts prickling. "Why have we come here, Lady Eva?" "To see the lake," Eva replied, her voice calm but firm. "There's nothing to fear." Reluctantly, the children dismounted and followed her to the shore. The twins clung to each other, their usual boldness subdued, while Aid stayed close to Finola. As they approached the water, Eva's hand slipped into the folds of her cloak, her fingers closing around the druidic wand she had hidden there. The wand was a gift from Bove, long ago, a tool meant for protection and prosperity. But Eva had learned its true power from old tomes she had pored over in secret. It could transform, alter, and bind. Her grip tightened as she turned to face the children. "Stand together," she said, her tone oddly sharp. Finola frowned, stepping protectively in front of her brothers. "What are you doing?" Eva's face softened, but there was no warmth in her smile. "It's for your own good," she said quietly. "You'll understand one day." Before the children could react, Ava raised the wand and muttered an incantation under her breath. The air around them seemed to shiver, a low hum filling the silence as the wand began to glow. The children cried out, trying to run, but an invisible force held them in place. "Lady Eva, please, don't do this." Ava's expression twisted, her calm facade breaking. "Do you know what it's like to live in someone's shadow? To be compared to someone who isn't even here? You've had everything, your father's love, the devotion of everyone in this household. And me? I'm nothing but a replacement." The glow from the wand grew brighter, and the hum became a roar. "I'm giving us all peace," Eva said, her voice rising. "You'll leave, and I'll finally have a chance to be seen." With a final word, the spell burst forth, enveloping the children in a blinding light. Their cries turned to echoes, fading into the unnatural stillness that followed. When the light receded, the children were gone. In their place, 4 swans floated on the surface of the lake, their feathers impossibly white, their eyes wide with confusion and fear. Ava stepped back, breathing heavily. For a moment, she felt triumph. She had done it. She had freed herself from the weight of their presence. But as the swans turned to look at her, their human voices emerging in mournful cries, a pang of guilt struck her chest. "What have you done to us?" Finola's voice rang out, clear and full of anguish. Ava gripped the wand tightly, her hands trembling. "You'll be free, eventually," she said, her voice faltering. 900 years in the cold seas and lochs of Ireland shall you wander. By then, your memories will have faded, and I'll be—" She trailed off, unable to finish. The swans' sorrowful cries filled the air, and Ava turned away, unable to face them. The weight of what she had done pressed down on her, but she pushed it aside, retreating into the shadows of the forest. The transformation left the children stunned and disoriented. They floated on the still waters of Lake Darvra, their pristine white feathers glistening under the weak sunlight. Though their forms were now those of swans, their thoughts, voices, and memories remained painfully human. It was as if they were caught between 2 worlds, neither fully bird nor entirely themselves. Finola was the first to speak, her voice trembling but clear. "What has she done to us?" she asked, her words carrying across the water. "We're swans," Aid replied, his voice quieter, tinged with disbelief. He looked down at his reflection in the water, his dark, glossy eyes staring back at him from a face that was no longer his own. "This is impossible." Ficra and Conn floated close together, their usual boisterous energy replaced by confusion and fear. "How do we fix it?" Conn asked, his voice breaking. There must be a way. Finola swam closer to her brothers, her wings moving gracefully through the water. "We will fix it," she said, though her own fear threatened to overwhelm her. "We're together. That's what matters." The swans remained near the shore of the lake, their voices rising in sorrowful conversation as they tried to make sense of what had happened. The world felt vast and strange now, the familiar sights and sounds of their home distorted by the change in their forms. Even their movements were foreign. Where once they had run and leapt, they now glided silently across the water, their wings heavy with unused potential. In the days that followed, the children began to adjust to their new forms. They learned to use their wings to navigate the lake and to dive for food beneath the water's surface. Though they retained their human voices, the instinctive behaviors of swans crept into their actions. An unconscious tilt of the head, a graceful arching of the neck. But it was their voices that set them apart, a reminder of who they truly were. At first, they spoke quietly among themselves, their words filled with longing for home and sorrow for what had been taken from them. But as time passed, their voices found a different outlet: song. It began one evening as the moon cast its pale light over the lake. Ficra and Conn had been squabbling, their nerves fraying under the weight of their curse. Aid, always the peacemaker, suggested they sing a song their mother had taught them, a lullaby she used to hum as she rocked them to sleep. The first notes were hesitant, their voices trembling in the still night air. But as the melody wove itself between them, the sorrow and beauty of their plight became tangible. Finola's voice, clear and haunting, led the harmony, while Aid's steady tones provided a foundation. Ficra and Conn added their voices, their usual playfulness tempered by the weight of the moment. The song rose and fell like the movement of the water, its beauty tinged with an ache that seemed to pierce the heart of anyone who heard it. The melody carried across the lake, reaching the ears of travelers and villagers nearby. People stopped in their tracks, drawn to the haunting sound. Some claimed the song brought tears to their eyes, while others said it stirred emotions they couldn't name. One evening, as they gathered beneath the shelter of the reeds, Conn asked, "Do you think she regrets what she did to us?" Ava's name was not spoken often among them, her betrayal too painful to dwell on. But the question hung in the air, unanswered. "I don't know," Finola said finally, her voice quiet. "We are still who we were. That's what matters," Aid nodded. "And we will find a way to endure." As the moon rose high above Lake Darvra, the swans began to sing again. Their voices rose into the night, a blend of sorrow and beauty that seemed to transcend their earthly forms. and though their feathers glistened white under the pale light, it was their voices that truly shone, carrying the weight of their story into the darkness. Ava arrived at her father's court in the late afternoon, her expression calm and composed. She dismounted her horse and entered the hall where the High King sat in council with his advisors. As she approached, Bove's face brightened briefly, but the absence of the children quickly darkened his expression. "Ava," he said, his tone measured but edged with concern. "You have returned. But where are the children?" Ava hesitated for only a fraction of a second before lowering her eyes and replying, "They are with Lir." He thought it best to keep them at the stronghold. Bove frowned, his gaze sharpening. He thought it best? Why would Lir not allow them to visit me? He knows my love for them. Ava clasped her hands in front of her, a look of regret in her eyes. "Lir fears, my lord, that bringing them here would disrupt their routine. He worries that their journey might expose them to dangers." "Dangers?" Bove echoed, his voice laced with disbelief. "This is Tara. What dangers could possibly await them here?" Ava hesitated again, realizing her answer had not satisfied him. "It is not for me to question Lir's decisions," she said carefully. "He is their father, after all." Bove's sharp eyes narrowed, studying her with a scrutiny that made her shift uncomfortably. "Indeed, he is," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "But I know Lir, and I know his respect for me. This does not sound like him." He stood abruptly, his advisors rising with him. "Send messengers to Lir," he ordered. "I would hear directly from him why he keeps the children from me." Ava's heart quickened, but she kept her composure. She inclined her head in a gesture of obedience and stepped back as the hall erupted into motion, messengers dispatched and preparations made. At the stronghold, Lir stood in the courtyard as Bove's messengers arrived, their faces grave. The leader stepped forward, bowing low before speaking. "My lord," he began, "the High King has sent us to inquire about your children. Lady Eva has returned to Tara without them, saying you chose to keep them from him. He wishes to know why." Lir's heart sank, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Ava's return alone could mean only one thing. She had done something terrible. Though he did not yet know the specifics, her jealousy and bitterness had left no doubt in his mind that the harm was directed at the children. "They are not here," Lir said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Ava has done something to them. I know it in my heart." The messenger's eyes widened in alarm, but Lir turned sharply to his men. "Prepare my horse," he commanded. "We ride for Lake Darvra at once." The ride to the lake was a grim one. Lir's thoughts raced, each one darker than the last. He prayed that he would find the children safe, though his instincts told him otherwise. As they approached the shores of Lake Darvra, the stillness of the place struck him immediately. The water was dark and mirror-like, reflecting the gray sky above. Then he heard it. Voices rising in a haunting, sorrowful song. They carried across the water, achingly beautiful and filled with pain. Lir dismounted, his men following, and approached the shore. His breath caught as he saw them. 4 swans gliding gracefully on the lake, their white feathers luminous against the dark water. But it was their eyes that struck him most. They were human. His children's eyes, filled with recognition and despair. "Father!" Finola's voice rang out, clear and sorrowful. The swans swam closer to the shore, their movements urgent. "It is us, Finola, Aid, Ficra, and Conn." Lir fell to his knees, his heart breaking. "What has happened to you?" he asked, his voice trembling. "How did this come to be?" "It was Eva," Finola said. "She was jealous," Aid added softly, his voice tinged with both sadness and disbelief. "She said we were a burden, that we kept her from being loved." Lir's hands clenched into fists, his head bowing as a wave of anguish swept over him. "My poor children," he murmured. "You have suffered for her cruelty, and I did not see it coming." He stood, turning to his men, who looked on in stunned silence. "Return to the stronghold," he said. "Spread word of what has happened. Eva's betrayal will not go unanswered." His men bowed and departed, leaving Lir alone with the swans. He sank to the ground near the water's edge, his eyes fixed on his children. "I will not leave you," he said. "Not tonight." The swans drew close, their feathers brushing the shore as they huddled together. "We do not know how to endure this, Father," Finola said, her voice breaking. "It feels as though we've lost everything." "You have not lost me," Lir said firmly. "And you will never lose each other. As long as you remain together, you will survive this." That night, Lir and his people stayed by the lake, listening to the swans' mournful songs. The melodies wove through the air, capturing the sorrow of their plight and the unbreakable bond between them. Though the dawn would bring no answers, it was a small comfort to know they were still a family, bound by love, even in the face of unimaginable circumstances. For the first time in a long time, the morning sun rising over Lake Darvra felt warm and invigorating. But as the swans awoke from their long slumber, Lir was nowhere to be seen. He had started his journey before daybreak. The early morning journey from Lake Darvra to the king's stronghold at Tara had been long and heavy, his thoughts consumed by the sight of his children and the haunting songs that echoed in his mind. Now, as he stood before Bove in the great hall, surrounded by the High King's court. His grief burned into anger. Bove rose from his seat, his expression shifting from surprise to concern. "Lir," he said, stepping forward. "What has happened? You come bearing the weight of sorrow." Lir's jaw tightened, and he struggled to steady his voice. "Bove, it is Eva. She has betrayed us all." The court erupted into murmurs, advisors and attendants exchanging shocked glances. Bove raised a hand to silence them, his gaze fixed on Lir. "Betrayed us how?" he asked, his voice low and tense. Lir's eyes darkened, the memory of the swans' voices filling his ears. "She has cursed my children. She took them to Lake Darvra, used a druid's wand, and transformed them into swans." Gasps rippled through the hall. Bove's face hardened, his fists clenching at his sides. "Eva did this," he demanded, his voice shaking with fury. "Your children, her kin by marriage? Why?" "Jealousy," Lir said bitterly. "She could not bear the love they shared with me. She claimed they stood in the way of her being seen, of being loved." Bove was silent for a moment, his expression twisting with a mixture of anger and sorrow. "She has dishonored not only you but me as well," he said. "This treachery cannot go unanswered." "Then answer it," Lir said, his voice sharp. "She must be held accountable for what she has done." Bove nodded grimly. "She will be." Eva was brought before Bove later that day, summoned from her chambers under guard. She entered the hall with her head held high, though there was a flicker of unease in her eyes as she took in the solemn faces around her. When her gaze met Lir's, the fire in his eyes made her falter, but she quickly straightened. "My king," she said, bowing slightly. "You called for me?" "I did," Bove said, his tone cold and measured. "Lir has told me what you have done to his children. Is it true?" Eva hesitated, her composure cracking slightly under the weight of his stare. "My lord, Do not lie to me, Eva," Bove interrupted, his voice thunderous. "Did you curse the children of Lir?" The court fell silent, all eyes on Eva as she struggled for an answer. Finally, she straightened, her lips curling into a bitter smile. "Yes," she said, "I did." The admission hung in the air like a dagger. Bove's face darkened, his hands gripping the arms of his throne. "And do you understand the gravity of what you have done?" he demanded. "You have cursed innocence. You have betrayed your family and your king." Eva's bitterness flared, and she raised her chin defiantly. "I did what I thought was right. They left no place for me in this household. They overshadowed me, consumed everything I tried to build." Bove rose from his throne, towering over her. "You speak of jealousy as though it justifies treachery. You are unworthy of the name you bear. and the trust I placed in you." He stepped down from the dais, his voice ringing through the hall. "Your punishment will be greater than the suffering you have inflicted. Tell me, Eva, what is the worst form of existence you can imagine?" Eva faltered for the first time, her defiance crumbling under his gaze. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she replied, "To be a spirit of the air, bound to the winds, never at rest." Bove nodded grimly, his face hard as stone. "Then that is what you shall be." From within his robes, he withdrew a druid's wand, its surface etched with ancient symbols that glimmered faintly in the firelight. The court held its breath as Bove raised the wand, his voice booming with authority. "With this wand, I cast you out," he declared. "You will be as you have imagined, a spirit of the air, cursed to roam the skies without rest or peace for eternity." Before Eva could speak, the wand glowed bright, and a crackling energy filled the room. Eva screamed as the transformation began, her form twisting and dissolving into the air. The light faded, and where she had stood moments before, there was nothing but a dark, shapeless shadow that flickered and twisted before taking flight, vanishing into the sky. The court was silent, the air heavy with the weight of what had transpired. Bove lowered the wand, his shoulders slumping slightly as the anger drained from him. He turned to Lir, his voice heavy with regret. "It is done, but it does not undo the harm." Lir nodded, his face pale but resolute. "No," he said, "it does not." That night, as the winds howled through Tara, some claimed to hear a faint, wailing cry carried in the air. It was said to be Eva's voice, forever mourning the life she had lost and the betrayal she had wrought. She would roam the skies for eternity, a reminder of the cost of jealousy and treachery. News of the cursed children spread quickly through Tara and beyond. Bove, still heavy with regret and anger, summoned his noblemen to join him at Lake Darvra. "We must bear witness to the consequences of Eva's treachery," he declared. "The children are innocent, and we shall honor them in whatever way we can." The procession was solemn, the air filled with murmured prayers and heavy hearts. When they arrived at the shores of Lake Darvra, the sun was low in the sky, its golden light casting a soft glow over the water. Lir was already there, standing near the edge of the lake with his head bowed. He turned as Bove approached, his face etched with sorrow. "They are here," he said quietly, gesturing to the swans gliding on the lake. The crowd gasped as the swans turned toward the shore, their white feathers gleaming like polished silver. "Father," Finola's voice rang out, clear and haunting, carrying across the water. Bove stepped forward, his chest tightening as he heard the human voice from the swan's form. "It is true," he murmured. "The curse is as cruel as it is unnatural." The swans swam closer, their movements graceful yet sorrowful. Finola spoke again. "Welcome, my king. We know you bear no blame for what has happened. The fault lies with Eva alone." The High King's voice trembled as he replied, "Still, the responsibility is mine. I placed her in your family. I did not see the darkness in her heart." The swans exchanged glances, their feathers brushing as they moved closer together. "Do not blame yourself," Aid said softly. "Her actions were her own." Lir stepped forward, his voice steady but filled with pain. "Children," he said, "we are here for you. Whatever solace we can offer, we will give." Finola's gaze softened. "Your presence is solace enough, Father, but our burden is long. 300 years we will spend on this lake, and when that time ends, we must move on." Bov turned to the gathered crowd, his expression resolute. "These children will be honored, not forgotten. From this day forward, it shall be proclaimed that no swan may be killed in my lands. They are sacred, and any harm done to them will be considered a crime against the gods." The crowd murmured their agreement, and a messenger was dispatched to spread the decree across the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the swans began to sing. Their voices rose in a melody so hauntingly beautiful that even the hardest hearts softened. The song carried the weight of their sorrow, the longing for their lost lives, and the unbreakable bond they shared. It was a sound that seemed to transcend the mortal world, reaching into the very souls of those who listened. Lir sat by the shore, his head bowed as the music filled the air. Bov and his people stood in silence, some weeping openly, others closing their eyes to savor the ethereal beauty. Even the animals in the surrounding forest seemed to pause, their movements stilled by the power of the swan's song. The swans' voices were still echoing in the hearts of those who had heard them when the storm arrived. It began in the dead of night, a sudden wind whipping across the lake and shaking the trees. The calm waters churned violently as waves rose and fell, tossing the swans about. Lir and the others awoke to the howling winds and the crash of thunder, rushing to the shore with torches in hand. "Stay together," Lir shouted, his voice straining against the storm. "Do not let the waters pull you apart." The swans tried to obey, their wings beating furiously as they fought against the waves. But the storm was relentless. Aid was the first to be pulled away, his cries lost in the roar of the wind. "Aid," Finola screamed, turning toward him, but the force of the storm carried her in the opposite direction. Ficra and Conn, who had clung together since the transformation, were also separated, their small forms disappearing into the darkness. Lir stood helpless on the shore, his voice breaking as he called out to them. "Stay strong," he cried. "We will find you." But his words were swallowed by the storm. The waters raged until the first light of dawn, and when the winds finally calmed, the lake was eerily still. Lir and King Bove searched the shores, their voices calling out into the quiet, but the swans were nowhere to be found. Years passed before the swans reunited. The storm had carried them far from Lake Darvra, scattering them across waters unknown to them. Each of the children endured their exile alone, their hearts heavy with loneliness, but their spirits sustained by the hope of finding one another again. When they finally did, it was on the shores of a lake they did not recognize, the surrounding landscape foreign and strange. Finola was the first to arrive, her heart aching as she glided along the unfamiliar waters. Soon after, she heard a familiar voice. "Finola," Aid called, his feathers ruffling as he swam toward her. She turned, relief washing over her as her brother approached. "Aid," she cried, their voices mingling in the air. "You're safe." Moments later, Ficra and Conn appeared, their feathers disheveled, but their eyes bright with recognition. "We thought we'd never see you again," Conn said, his voice breaking with emotion. "We're together now," Finola said firmly, her wings brushing against theirs as they gathered in a tight circle. "And we will remain so, no matter where these waters take us." The swans, once scattered and lost, found solace in their reunion. Though they were far from home, and their exile stretched endlessly before them, they faced it together, their songs weaving a tapestry of resilience, love, and sorrow that resonated across the unknown waters. It was not long before that resilience was tested. The night was bitterly cold, the kind of cold that seeped through even the thickest feathers and gnawed at the bone. The 4 swans huddled close together on the surface of the unknown lake, their wings tucked tightly against their bodies in a futile attempt to ward off the chill. The moon hung pale and distant above them, casting a silvery light over the frozen landscape. "It's getting worse," Aid murmured, his voice trembling as he pressed closer to Finola. "We have to stay together," Finola said firmly, though her own voice was strained. She glanced at Ficra and Conn, their small forms shivering beside her. "The cold will pass. We've endured worse." But the cold did not pass. The wind grew sharper, its icy breath tearing through the reeds and rippling across the lake's surface. As the hours dragged on, the waters began to freeze, the ice creeping outward from the shore and forming jagged patterns that reflected the faint moonlight. Soon, the swans found themselves trapped, their feet frozen to the ice. Conn whimpered, his feathers ruffling in panic. "Finola, we can't move." What do we do?" "Stay calm," she said, her voice firm despite the fear clawing at her chest. "The sun will rise soon. It will warm the ice enough for us to break free." Ficra glanced at the dark horizon, his eyes wide with uncertainty. "What if it doesn't?" "It will," Finola said, though she wasn't sure if she was reassuring them or herself. "We just have to hold on." The night seemed endless, the cold unrelenting. The swans pressed close together, their bodies trembling as the frost settled on their feathers. They whispered quietly to one another, their voices thin and brittle in the frigid air. Finola tried to keep their spirits up, but as the hours wore on, her strength waned. She felt her brothers leaning on her, their weight growing heavier as exhaustion claimed them. Finally, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. The sun was weak, its rays filtered through a haze of frost, but it brought a faint warmth that began to soften the ice. Slowly, painstakingly, the swans managed to free themselves, their feet sore and stiff as they pulled free from the frozen lake. "We need to leave this place," Aid said, his voice hoarse as they stretched their wings. "It's not safe." "She Funuhi," Finola said softly, glancing at her brothers. "Father's home. We can find it. It's where we belong." The others nodded, their spirits lifting slightly at the thought. Though the journey seemed impossible, they set off, their wings cutting through the cold air as they left the frozen lake behind. The journey to Shifunuhi was long and arduous, the landscape below them shifting from frozen lakes to dense forests to rolling hills. Days turned into weeks, weeks into years. But the swans pressed on, driven by the hope of finding their father's stronghold. They sang as they flew, their voices weaving melodies of longing and determination, their songs carrying far and wide across the land. One day, after what felt like an eternity, they spotted it. Shifunuhi lay nestled among the hills, its familiar silhouette rising against the horizon. A sense of relief washed over them, and for the first time in years, they felt a glimmer of hope. But as they approached, their joy turned to sorrow. The stronghold was not as they remembered it. The walls were crumbling, overgrown with ivy and moss. The once proud banners that had flown above the gates were gone, replaced by silence and decay. The courtyard, once bustling with life, was now empty, the cobblestones cracked and covered in weeds. Finola landed first, her wings folding as she stepped cautiously into the courtyard. The others followed, their eyes wide with disbelief. "It's deserted," Aid said, his voice barely above a whisper. Ficra and Conn wandered through the ruins, their movements slow and hesitant. "Where is everyone?" Conn asked, his voice trembling. Where is father?" Finola didn't answer. She stood in the center of the courtyard, her eyes scanning the empty halls and broken walls. The stronghold, once a place of warmth and safety, now felt hollow and cold. She closed her eyes, her chest tightening with grief. "We were too late," she said softly, her voice breaking. The swans stayed in the ruins that night, their songs muted by the weight of their sorrow. They rested near the crumbled hearth in what had once been the great hall, their voices weaving quiet melodies that spoke of loss and longing. The moonlight streamed through the broken roof, casting pale beams over the desolation. The next morning, as the sun rose over the hills, something strange began to happen. Birds from all directions began to gather, their wings fluttering as they landed on the ruins and in the surrounding trees. Sparrows, crows, swallows, and gulls filled the air with the sound of rustling feathers and faint calls, their presence both curious and unsettling. The swans watched in silence, their confusion growing as more and more birds arrived. They rested on the crumbling ruins, nestled in the overgrown gardens, and circled above, their movements almost worshipful. "What's happening?" Ficra asked, his voice hushed. "I don't know," Finola replied, her gaze sweeping over the growing congregation. "But it's as if they've been called here." The birds continued to gather throughout the day, their numbers swelling until the ruins seemed alive with their presence. The swans stayed close to one another, their unease tempered by a faint sense of wonder. It was as though the birds knew something the swans did not, their silent gathering a prelude to something greater. By nightfall, the ruins of Funuhi were filled with the soft murmur of wings and the occasional call of a bird. The swans rested beneath the ivy-covered walls, their feathers glinting in the moonlight as they huddled close. "Whatever this is," Finola murmured, "we will face it together." And so they waited, their hearts heavy with anticipation as the mysterious gathering unfolded around them. The morning broke with a golden hue, the light filtering through the tangle of ivy and moss that clung to the ruins of Funuhi. The swans, still nestled in the quiet remnants of their father's stronghold, stirred at the faint sound of a bell ringing in the distance. It was a sound unlike any they had heard before, sharp and resonant, cutting through the stillness like a blade. Conn was the first to react, his wings flaring as he looked toward the horizon. "What is that?" he asked, his voice tinged with fear. "It's so loud," Ficra added, his feathers ruffling. "It feels unnatural." Finola raised her head, her sharp gaze scanning the horizon. The bell's sound carried a weight she couldn't quite place, something both ominous and hopeful. She turned to her brothers, her voice steady despite the unease in the air. Be still, she said. We have faced worse than this. Let us listen. The swans fell silent, their unease palpable as the sound of the bell drew nearer. It rang in steady intervals, each chime resonating like a heartbeat. The birds that had gathered around the ruins stirred uneasily, some taking flight, their wings beating against the air. What could it mean? Aid murmured, his quiet voice carrying a thread of apprehension. Finola closed her eyes, listening intently to the rhythmic chime. It is no ordinary sound, she said after a moment. It is something greater. What do you mean? Conn asked, shifting closer to her. Finola opened her eyes, her expression resolute. It is the sound of liberation. This bell will free us from the curse. Ficra's eyes widened, his voice trembling. How can you be sure? I feel it, Finola replied, her voice steady. Trust me, let us listen. The swans remained where they were, their fear mingling with a glimmer of hope. As the bell rang its final chime, the silence that followed was almost deafening. They waited, their breaths held, and then, as if compelled by an unseen force, they began to sing. Their voices rose in harmony, weaving a melody that carried the weight of centuries. The song spoke of sorrow and endurance, of love and loss, and of an unbroken bond that had sustained them through the darkest of times. It was a song that seemed to echo through the very fabric of the world, reaching ears far beyond the ruins. The holy man Mokavog had been traveling for weeks, guided by a vision that had come to him in prayer. He had seen 4 swans, their feathers white as snow, singing songs of sorrow and beauty. The vision had led him to this desolate place, and now, as he stood among the ruins, he heard the very song that had filled his dreams. He followed the sound, his heart heavy with anticipation. As he approached the source, his eyes widened in astonishment. There, on the edge of the ruins, were the swans, their graceful forms glowing softly in the morning light. It is true, he murmured, his voice trembling. The vision was real. The swans noticed his approach, their song faltering as they turned to face him. Finola stepped forward, her movements graceful despite the tension in her posture. Who are you? She asked, her voice clear but cautious. Why have you come here? Mokavog knelt before them, his expression one of reverence. I am Mokavog, a servant of the one true God. I have journeyed here because of you. Are you the children of Lir? Finola hesitated, exchanging a glance with her brothers. We are, she said finally. How do you know of us? The heavens spoke of you, Mokavog replied. I was shown a vision of swans who sang with human voices, carrying the weight of a curse. I was told to come to this place for your sake." The swans were silent, their eyes searching his face for any sign of deceit. Finally, Aid spoke. "If you know of our plight, then you know we have little reason to trust strangers." "I understand," Mokavog said gently, "but I mean you no harm. I wish only to offer you solace in your suffering." Finola studied him for a long moment before nodding. "We will place our trust in you, holy man, but know that it is not given lightly." Mokavog bowed his head. "You honor me, child. May your trust not be misplaced." The holy man worked quickly, retrieving a silver chain from his satchel. He explained that the chain, blessed with sacred prayers, would bind them together and protect them from harm. The swans watched as he approached, their unease tempered by his calm demeanor. "Will it hurt?" Conn asked, his voice small. "No," Mokavog replied softly. "You will feel no pain, only peace." One by one, he looped the chain gently around their necks, binding them together in a circle. The chain gleamed in the sunlight, its silver surface catching the light like a beacon. The swans felt no discomfort, only a strange sense of calm that settled over them like a warm embrace. "It feels safe," Ficra said, his voice filled with wonder. Mokavog stepped back, his eyes filled with a quiet joy. "You are bound not by curse, but by grace," he said. "No harm shall come to you while you are in my care." For the first time in centuries, the swans felt a glimmer of peace. Though their exile was far from over, they rested in the holy man's presence, their trust in him a fragile but precious thing. Together, they awaited whatever came next, their song echoing softly in the ruins. As the sun climbed higher into the sky, the peace the swans found in Mokavog's care was fleeting. Word of their miraculous presence had begun to spread, carried by travelers and villagers who had heard their songs. Tales of the Children of Lir had reached distant ears, including those of Diok, the wife of the new king. Diok had heard the stories of the Children of Lir as a child, the legend of their transformation whispered in hushed tones by her nurses. When news of 4 singing swans reached her, she became consumed with a desire to possess them, to see for herself the creatures of myth brought to life. She pleaded with her husband, and though the king initially dismissed the idea, her insistence wore him down. "Send your men," she said one evening, her voice sharp with urgency. "Bring them to me. Let me see if the tales are true." The king, eager to please her, dispatched a group of soldiers to Mokavog's sanctuary with orders to seize the swans and bring them to the court. Mokavog was at prayer when the soldiers arrived, their boots heavy on the stone floor as they entered his modest chapel. The swans, resting quietly in the corner, stirred uneasily, their sharp eyes watching the intruders with growing alarm. The leader of the soldiers stepped forward, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Holy man, we come on the orders of the king. His wife, Lady Deok, has commanded that these swans be brought to her." Mokavog rose slowly, his face calm but resolute. "The swans are under my protection," he said firmly. "They are not yours to take." The soldier frowned, his tone hardening. "We do not come to ask permission, monk. We come with the authority of the king. Stand aside." "I answer to a higher authority," Mokavog replied, his voice steady. "These swans are sacred. They have suffered greatly, and I will not allow them to endure further harm." The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. The presence of the swans, so serene, so otherworldly, seemed to fill the room with a quiet power that unsettled even the bravest among them. But the leader, unwilling to return empty-handed, pressed forward. "If you will not give them to us," he said, drawing closer, "then we will take them by force." The swans recoiled as the soldier stepped forward, his hand outstretched. "Do not touch them," Mokavog warned, but his words were ignored. The soldier's fingers brushed against the soft white feathers, and in an instant the air seemed to crackle with an unseen energy. The swans cried out, their voices mingling in a mournful harmony as their forms began to change. The silver chain fell to the floor with a clatter, and the radiant feathers dissolved, revealing the frail bodies of 3 old men and an old woman. Their skin was pale and thin, stretched tightly over bones that jutted sharply. Their eyes, though sunken, still burned with the light of their undying spirit. The soldier stumbled back, his face pale with shock. "What? What is this?" he stammered. Mokavog stepped forward, his expression filled with sorrow. "This is the truth of their curse," he said quietly. "Their time is at an end." The soldiers, shaken and fearful, turned and fled the chapel, their whispers of the strange sight following them out into the night. Finola, now a frail woman, turned her weary gaze to Mokavog. "Holy man," she said, her voice weak but clear, "our journey is over. We have endured as swans for hundreds of years, and now we are at peace. Please bury us here together." Mokavog knelt beside her, his hands trembling as he took hers. "It will be as you wish," he said softly. "You will rest together as you have lived." Finola's gaze softened, and she turned to her brothers, their forms now fragile, but their bond unbroken. "We have stayed together," she said, a faint smile touching her lips. "Even in the darkest times." "We always will," Aid murmured, his voice a whisper. One by one, they closed their eyes, their breaths slowing until they faded entirely. Mokavog sat in silence, his heart heavy with grief, as he watched the last remnants of the Children of Lir pass from this world. True to his word, Mokavog buried them in a single grave, marking the site with a simple stone carved with their names. As the sun set over the grave, the air seemed to hum with a quiet, sorrowful melody, as if the swan's song lingered still, carried on the wind. Mokavog bowed his head, his tears falling silently, and whispered, "Rest now, Children of Lir. Your suffering is over." That is the end of tonight's story. I wish you a blessed night. I will continue to let the gentle sounds play for a few hours to stop auto-played videos from waking you up. I hope to see you again soon. Farewell.